Welcome to the KE6TZG repeater. The time is 1700 hours. KE6TZG at 10 p.m.
Node number 3935. Link active.
You don't want to do it, especially without asking them first.
Node number 3935. Link clear.
W6RTM, KE6TZG. You on here? No response. KE6BBM clear.
The time is 1800 hours.
BBM testing. Can I get a radio?
Once again, as the frequency this time, please. If anyone knows if it's going to be issues in 10 to 15 minutes. Victoria, after an answer.
You need to modulate a little better. I'm having trouble hearing you, but I recognize your voice. I think it's Dwayne. This is KF6KOC, Randy, in Ukaipa.
Yeah. Okay, KF, Kilo Foxtrot 6. I missed it all up. I'll copy now. November 9 or Zulu Ida Victor. You have it correct. Dwayne's name. Delta Whiskey. Alpha Yankee November Echo. Over.
There you go. I have a good copy on you now, Dwayne. We've talked before. How you doing? Randy here.
Welcome to the KE6TZG repeater.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How about yourself, Randy? Over.
Doing real good. The wife's getting the dinner ready, and we're gonna sit down to a really good meal here in about 5 minutes. but I heard you out there and wanted to say hi.
Well, I appreciate that, Randy. Most people hear my voice and think I'm a drunk or on meth or something, you know, on coke or whatever, you know. I'm good all that. You can look me up on QRZ and see the real deal. But anyway, Randy, thank you for coming back with my call, and thank you for speaking to me. And I understand you're gonna eat some food. That's what bless your heart. And yeah, I'm here by myself. Radio since 1994. 7. Yeah. No light for no other sight. And yeah. Mentally challenged with bipolar 1 depression and post-traumatic stress disorder, a little bit of Parkinson's, cholesterol high, and my hip is bone and bone. One of my hips is bone and bone. My prostate and lungs. You name it, brother. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Keep pushing on, like our Dragon says. Just roll with it, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, Randy, and November 9th, it's a big kid. You know,
Dwayne, I remember you were taking care of your mother. How is she doing?
my mother passed in 2015. My dad passed in 2020. My mother passed in 2015 with we're young. Anyway, yeah. I'm here by myself now. Basically, you know, I mean, my brother takes care of me. Me and my older brother, basically. Younger, bigger brother, I should say. The guy. If you know what I mean, you know, I have to wear a training bra and all. And, and I need a bigger muscle because when I sit on a bench, it's a pancake. That song, Fast Pancake. That's the group too. From Dewdrop Band, house band here in Baysville Road in Marin County, Illinois. And there's Baysville around the line, Indiana. And we basically got it reset, break Morbello. Yeah, Randy. Anyway, we had that biscuit banana pancakes. Wonderful song, man. If you haven't heard of me already, November 9th, Zulu, Italy, Victoria. There's only 9 Brian.
We're having a little packet loss there at the end, Dwayne. Sorry to hear about your loss. Thoughts and prayers go your way. Anyway, really good to hear your voice out there. And you keep hanging on, man. I'll talk to you another time. This is KF6KOC Randy in Yucaipa, and I'll be clear on your final.
Yeah, KF6KLC, is that correct? Can you give me your a couple times? My mind proven beer at 8 years old, 162 pedal clear. 14 years old, I started smoking a cool. 15 years old, I started smoking Marlboros. 16 years old, I started pennies. And so forth and so on. And yeah, here I am now. You know what I'm saying? After getting, after seeing the light, you might say. After seeing the light, you know what I mean? Whoa, he touched me. Hi. Anyway, Randy, it's been a pleasure to spend to you, sir, and go enjoy your meal. Blessings, peace and blessings. November 9ers, Zulu, Ida, Victor, back out.
Okay, Dwayne, it's Kilo Foxtrot 6, Kilo Oscar Charlie. I'm praying for you, man. Hang in there. KF6 KOC.
Thank you, sir. 6 KOC, Kilo Foxtrot 6, Kilo KFC, Kilo Foxtrot Charlie, November 9, Zulu and the Victor, and 9ZW. Over, on your panel. Thank you. Give me your prayers and your prayers. Alright, where no one can get him but him. QSL. 9 zebras in the valley. into Victoria. Going to beer server, beer store. Beer store. Illuminati Zoo, India Victory. Zombies in the village. Here's what I hear to you.
Outdoor Adventure USA Net, Thursday evenings at 7:30. KF6TZG. KF6TZ, copy? Okay. Okay, so AF6CC. KJ6EPJ, I guess we're working on KP.
KJ6EPJ, AF6CC, I copy.
Okay, thank you, Monty. Well, I guess the radio's working, so I appreciate that. I don't know why Nate's repeater is messed up, but I guess Nate's repeater. Anyway, all right. Well, I appreciate you trying to get this thing working, or somewhat, or verify that something's working anyway.
Yeah, we'll just have to let Nate know about it. This is KJ. Keep it clear.
Can we try one more thing? Let me take the other radio outside. Oh, wait a second. Hang on. Well, can you switch over to Nate's repeater? Underlay.
Welcome to the KE6TZG repeater. The time is 1900 hours.
radio.
Welcome to node 925, the Western Reflector in Las Vegas, Nevada. Please pause 2 seconds between transmissions and key up for 1 second before talking. Link connected. Channel 1.
Adventure at the end of 5 minutes, KJ6GBB.
Thank you, Ray. K6DTK. Good evening, everyone. This is Dave, K6DTK, and we are Outdoor Adventure USA. I'd like to welcome everyone to our nets, which we offer Thursday evenings at 7:30 Pacific Daylight Time. All amateurs are welcome. I will be net controller along with Rick, CTT, this evening for our net, which cover a wide range of outdoor topics, including four-wheel drive trips, vehicle repair and maintenance, camping, food preparation, hiking, shooting, hunting, bicycling, and a lot more. In connection with all of these activities, we support and promote the use of ham radio as an indispensable part of any outdoor adventure. We do all this through our website and through these nets. If you are interested in viewing a calendar of upcoming net topics, you'll find a list on our website homepage at oausa.net. Also, if you'd like to contribute ideas for future nets or are interested in participating as a net control operator, or if you just want to give us feedback on the nets, which we are indeed seeking at this point given some of the changes that we are undergoing now, we would appreciate that. And you can do so by using the Contact Us buttons, or better yet, the email address which I have placed in post number 1 of tonight's net preview. Tonight's net's going to be on the topic of what to know, what to expect when buying firearms and ammunition in California. Unlike most states, the process here is a bit more complicated. Rick will be guiding us through the maze of what's involved here tonight as we discuss it on the net. I want to extend a welcome tonight to everyone who is joining us. And it looks like we have 7 nodes connected to the Western Reflector, so welcome to everyone in Portland, Oregon. San Bernardino, California on the Keller Peak repeater. Denver, Colorado on the Boulder and Front Range repeater. Yucca Valley, California. Grants Pass, Oregon. Redlands, California, and Palomar Mountain in San Diego, California. Welcome to all. We are very glad that you were able to join us tonight, and we appreciate it. Tonight's net, like all of them, is one that you will get the most out of if you can go to our website and check out the net preview. Doing so is easy. If you haven't done it before, just simply dial us up on the internet at oausa.net. That's all you have to do. That'll take you to our forums page, and there are several categories, each of which have a blue title bar across the top. The second one is about our nets. And the first category there is Current Net Preview. Click on that. That'll give you a pretty good idea of what we expect to be happening tonight on the net. Oh, let's see. I forgot to mention Echolink, and it looks like it is up and working. We got James and Dave and Charles hooked up at the moment. I know that changes frequently during the course of our net, so we check that often. So welcome to everyone tonight who is joining us on Echolink, and of course, welcome to everyone who is joining us through the Keller Peak repeater. A couple reminders for tonight's net. Everyone, please pause a moment or two after you key down. And the reason for it is, as we have mentioned many times in the past, with all the connections that we have, there is always a bit of delay between when you key down and when the system picks you up. So if you start talking before the system picks you up, all of what you have to say will be missed. And for us, when we're doing things such as check-ins, if you quick key on us, we're going to miss your call sign, and we may not be able to check you in. So please pause just a moment or two before you begin talking. For those of you who are interested in the best way for you to check in, make comments, ask questions, etc., is to go to our net preview page. If you're a member of the website, you're able to actually go in and make whatever comments or questions that you'd like. If you're not, it's easy to do. Let us know tonight if you'd like to. We will lower our shields and let you in, and everyone that would like to join us is welcome to do so. It's free. There's no charge. The only piece of information that we request, which is personal, is your email, and we use that to verify that you are legitimate. All right, let's see. If you are having a tough time, if you're on Echolink and getting in by voice, just use the text box. We check that frequently throughout the net. I see that James has asked for an early check-in tonight, and we have you checked in, James. Let me make sure I've got that logged in. But you can use that. You can use that as a means to ask questions, make comments, check in, etc. All right, let's see. Next item of business here are announcements. Next week's net is going to be on the topic of coffee. Coffee in the outdoors, coffee at home, coffee on the trail, and coffee anywhere a good cup is enjoyed. We'll have someone that is quite an expert in the field of coffee, so it's going to have a lot of good information. If you have thoughts on your favorite brand or any of the equipment that you use to make your favorite cup, let us know. Post up some information. That is it for me for announcements. So let me open it up. If anyone has one, please come now. All right, looks like it's time for check-ins here. We've got a couple of special announcements tonight. Rick's got a product spotlight. I have an announcement. And there may be some other information that we're going to impart to everyone before we get to tonight's topic. So, with that, let's start with check-ins. And I was a little remiss in getting everybody checked in here, so I'm just going to use the ones that I've got here. If I missed your name and you asked for an early check-in, please forgive us. We will get you checked in otherwise. So first up, those that asked for early check-ins are KE6TZG, KE6SJP, W6PET, and KG5PMN. So, if I missed you and you asked for an early check-in, we're still kind of sorting things out here under some of the new information and OA USA management that we are currently experiencing. But we will get things back on track here soon. So, first up tonight is WA5C. Next is KJ6GBV.
KJ6GBV, Ray, Marina Valley.
Good evening, Ray. Got you checked in. KC6JGZ. KF6KOC.
This is KF6RGR, checking in myself, KF6RGR, and KF6KOC. Randy, KF6RGR, clear.
Thank you, Becky. We have you both checked in. KE6MAE. KM6UWI.
Good evening, Dave, and the rest of the group. KM6UWI, Ed Calamasa. Back to you, Dave.
Thank you, Ed. We've got you checked in tonight. KK6WKI.
Good evening, Dave and Nanette. Vic here, KK6WKI.
Welcome to the KE6TZG repeater.
KD6GCO.
Good evening, David and Annette. This is KD6GCO, and I'd like to ask for a courtesy check-in for KN6VL.
Good evening, Bruce. We have both of you guys checked in tonight. Thanks for joining us. N6JNY.
Greetings, N6JNY, Jimmy here from Sugarloaf, East Side Big Bear.
evening, Jimmy. We got you checked in. Thank you. K6QCB.
This is Jeff, K6QCB, Rancho Cucamonga, back to net.
Good evening, Jeff. Got you checked in. KN6CHP. KJ6SYK. KK6TRC. WD6USA. KJ6ZNY.
Good evening, Dave. Tom in Morro Bay, KJ6ZNY.
Hey, Tom. Good evening. We've got you checked in. Thank you. KM6AWB. AK6DH. KK6OUO. KI7SDI.
Evening, this is KI7SDI, Grants Pass, Oregon. That name is Jim.
Good evening, Jim. Got you checked in. Thank you. KK6WXQ. Jack, if that was you, we got a lot of static, kind of a big old static burst. If you want to try it again, give it a shot, and then if not, use the website, or if you can get on Echolink, let us know you'd like to check in. All right, let's see, got a couple more here. KN6YAS. K6BNE, Bonnie. KD6NAT. And KM6MMO. That ends my regular check-in list, so let's go to late missed or guests. If you'd like to check in, last letters of your call sign, please.
WKI.
All right, I heard one station, all I got was KI. Is that you, Vic?
Yes, Dave. I wasn't sure if you copied my check-in. KK6WKI.
Yep, we got you checked in. Thank you very much. All right, last call. If anyone wants to check in, last letters of your call sign, please.
This is KJ6MOC, Mark Corona.
Good evening, Mark. I got all your call sign. I got KK6 question mark OC. I missed it. If you would be so kind.
Yeah, the last three are Mike, Oscar, Charlie.
Thanks, Mark. We got you checked in. Thank you. All right, again, last call. Anyone want to check in? Last letters of your call sign, please.
Kilo 6, Mike Alpha Sierra. This is Sean from Highland.
I got MAS, Mike Alpha Sierra. Full call sign and a first name and location, please.
Kilo 6, Mike Alpha Sierra. Sean from Highland.
Thank you, Sean. Got you checked in. All right, I think it's time to draw the check-ins to a close. Most likely, we will do one last check-in at the end of the net here tonight. So, if you didn't check in now, hopefully, if you'd like to do so when we're all finished, we'll get you checked in. And also, if you haven't checked in and you make a comment or ask a question and we pick up your call sign, we'll get you checked in automatically. All right, with that, let's turn to our website for tonight. For those of you who have access to the website, check out our net preview on our website. If you don't know how to get there, let us know now. We'll get you there quickly. So let me break. If anyone would like to get there but does not know how, let us know now. All right, it looks like we have a shooting shack tonight. So, Rick, if you're there, if you would be so kind, yours is post number 2 on tonight's net preview, so it's all yours.
Well, thank you, Dave. This is KK6, Charlie Tango Tango, Rick, and I'll be talking a little bit tonight about some of the things that often are asked when people come in and attempt to purchase a firearm or want to start talking about, self-defense in the home, abroad, CCW stuff. Maybe not so much on the CCW side, but definitely those first things that you need to know before you go down to a shop and say, hey, I want to buy a firearm. Can you help me out? And if you're going to make that purchase that day, then there's some things that you might want to know. The other thing that I want to touch on before I get into the shooting shack is that last week, or there was, not last week, but a few weeks ago, there was information that the OA USA structure is changing, and in order for us to continue the Outdoor Adventure USA, we're looking for folks who would like to volunteer to provide content that would like
Repeater,
to
net.
let us know how much they like the nets and that you'd like to see these continue. But it's going to be a combined effort to let us know, and then also for those that have content that will come on board and help us with staging or providing content for the nets. So what I've done there is I posted in the shooting shack, or above the shooting shack on post number 2, the notice that things were changing here at Outdoor Adventure USA. And then if you'd like to get in contact with Dave, KD6DDK, there's an email address there, and there's also a web link that will take you back to the information about the change and also a end of year, how things are going to shake out, what's scheduled for the end of year. So if you're interested in that, that information is there, but I want to keep it out in the open that if there's not enough participation or desire to keep the nets going, OA USA may be no more. And I personally am not willing to see OA USA go away, so I'm going to step up my game and provide more content when necessary, and looking for other volunteers to help out. Any questions on that before we move on to the shooting shack topic? All right, excellent. So, I get a lot of folks that come into the shop and they want to know, all the different things, intricacies of, what it is to be a responsible firearm owner. And I do, outside of work, I work with an NRA group in the Inland Empire. We hold, hopefully, for a year, sometimes more, sometimes less, Women on Target or NRA days. And these are specific events that the NRA sponsors to help, number one, on Women on Target, women who have little or no experience to become comfortable with, the safety, handling of firearms, the general knowledge, and then we'll get out to the line and we'll have line coaches who are actually standing right next to the woman shooter, and they give them tidbits on, hey, you could hold your firearm a little bit better if you did this. Let's make a correction in where you have your feet. You need to bend forward at the waist, bend at the knees. All the different things that you would have if you had somebody stand alongside you to help you through whatever shooting issues you may have. And usually we do this in our organization, in my group. We're using 22 long rifle pistols to do that. And we've got a great bunch of volunteers to help out with that. And I think we get a lot of ladies that go on later to actually get their CCW. And the thing about this program also is that you just don't know what the reason is for each of the individuals to finally say, I need some training, I want to learn about firearms. Some could have faced a traumatic experience that have now pushed them over the top. It's the same thing in the shop when people come in and ask questions about what it takes to buy the first firearm. And I would much rather people not have to feel that they need a firearm and they're just willing to go get one. But in the times that we live in, I think we all have seen that a lot of people are making that decision from, I never owned a firearm before, never thought it was important enough to have in the household, but I've changed my mind. And I think that the degradation of many things in California have brought a lot of people to that decision point. And so what I see on a daily basis is a lot of people who have no experience at all and expect to do a cash and carry, whether it's ammunition or firearms, and it's just not so here in California. So that's the premise of tonight's net in totality. And here in the Shooting Shack, I'm going to give you a little lesson learned over years of helping out in several of these clinics that we've put on. Passive hearing protection, where you put an earmuff over your ears, or you roll up a piece of foam and you stick it in your ear, or you have some kind of wax format that you shape and you stick in your ear, are great. And usually those are all rated about 30 decibel worth of protection, but they leave something to be desired in most opportunities where you're training and you have instruction going on. And unfortunately, time and time again, and this is something that even I was forced to realize, and that is, that's nice if you're just shooting and there's nothing going on and you don't need to talk to anybody. But when you're giving instruction or you're receiving instruction and you're trying to provide or receive information. It really does make the difference if you have the electronic devices that will shut out the harmful decibels, but while you're getting instruction, you can actually hear people talking to you and coaching you through your instruction. So I am a big proponent of anyone who thinks that you're going to enter the firearm world and you're going to get instruction from different instructors and you're going to take classes to become more proficient, I highly recommend that you consider getting electronic hearing protection for just that reason. It makes it easier to get the content and then also protect your hearing. I don't know how many times I've been working with someone or I've been working and I myself have pulled my ear muffs off of my ear to say, what did you say? And someone touches off around and there you go. What's the sense of having hearing protection when you do something like that? So it is a great thing to have and increase the environment of learning when you're out on the range rather than making mistakes and not having your hearing protection ready all the time. So, and also, by the way, this is a great thing to look at for purchasing for those people who shoot in the family or are subject to loud noises and doing other things. That it's a great gift also, because a lot of shooters will forego this and say, I don't need that, it's just an added expense, I'd rather spend money on ammunition and other range time. But I can tell you that it is definitely well worth the money once you figure it all out. Now, I've got three models in the picture here. The top left is the least expensive, and I believe that's anywhere from $30 to $40. The next one over is probably in that closer to $50 range, and the next one over is probably closer to the $50 to $60 range. What's the difference, Rick? And that'd be an excellent question. And the one at the 6 o'clock is just simply foam-filled hearing protection that usually has a hard shell and plastic cups for your ears, but it's passive, meaning there's no electronics in there. It's just totally a standalone ear protection. So the top three from left to right. You can see the manufacturer here, and do I condone one manufacturer over the other? This is a good brand. I'm not going to. This isn't an advertisement for this brand. It just so happens that these were the ones that I've purchased, that I use, that I have used, and it's just part of the repertoire of stuff that I have. I don't think they're the end-all, be-all. So again, I'm not here to condone or take away from the product line, but there's a good example of the differences. So if you look at the black one on the far left, there's a mic. It's a little circular mic pickup, and that's the mic or the microphone that picks up sound. There's only one of those, and it's only on this side next to the volume control, the on-off volume control. And so with that one, when you're listening to things, it seems like what you're hearing is omnidirectional. You're just picking up, and it's kind of weird because you could be looking at someone and watching them speak and hearing them, but it's odd because you don't get a sense of the direction that they're speaking from. And also something else could be happening on the range, and you'll hear it, but you don't necessarily understand or get a sense of which direction you're getting the information from. So one pickup, one side, kind of odd, it's kind of funky, it's kind of weird, but it does what it's supposed to do, and that is I can hear a conversation, I can have a conversation without having to lift my earphone or take out my earplug and ask, what? It's a good way. It was a good starter pair, and like I said, between that 30-40 price range, it did the job. The FDE in the middle, or the tan one, some of the colors are a little bit muted. It says one pickup, both sides. So this one gives you a little bit of that stereo sound. So you have a left and right side microphone pickup, and same thing, you've got an on-off volume control there, and this gives you a little bit more feeling for is the noise or the sound coming from my left side or my right side, and it gives you a little bit of better situational awareness. Although not perfect, it's better. So this from left to right, it's good, better, and then mo better on the far right. The two pickups on both sides. And the theory there is if you've got 4 microphones, one to the front of the headphones, one to the rear of the headphones, on both the left and the right side, that again you're getting that much more not omnidirectional, but you're getting a sense of which direction the noises are coming from. And I've been thinking about this for a while, and I think that should I go hunting and sit up in a tree stand or work some kind of still hunting, that I would not hesitate to use these, although I know that they're going to limit my ability to tell direction specifically, but I think it's well worth protecting hearing, since in California you can't have a suppressor or a suppressed hunting rifle. This is definitely one way to do that, is if you have the right equipment for your hearing protection, you'll definitely see that there's some advantage to having these, even if you're doing things outdoors in a hunting environment versus just on a range and receiving instructions. Finally, again, you can see that passive, just without electronics in it, less than $30. I've seen them, $9, $5. You can pick them up sometimes at the 5 and dime stores, or not 5 and dime stores, but the if you ever do a thrift store run, people discard them. So I've picked up quite a few there, and I use those for folks that come out and enjoy or are being taught to learn that don't have their own hearing protection. The electronic above, anywhere from left to right, $35 to $60, and then there are some higher end models as well. Peltor being one of the more expensive ones, that I think they cost just as much as a firearm, in the several hundreds of dollars, but they're made to hook into different radio systems. So they've got a pickup mic for doing voice-activated communications. That's the one that you'll see many of the YouTube influencers wear, that are all kitted out in their high-speed gear. And again, those are several hundreds of dollars. And there's also Bluetooth models that you can do everything you would normally do with a cell phone and other equipment. And I can't speak on those models because I don't own any, but there are several out there that are very nice and above my capability of discussing this evening, just because I just never have gotten any. So are there any questions or comments on hearing protection and any of the, if maybe there's someone that's had a story about how this has helped them out?
DTK.
Over to Dave.
I wish I could recount the number of times I've taken off my headphones or removed my ear protection, only to get blasted by the guy next to me shooting a magnum of some sort or another. And I'm sure it's contributed significantly to my hearing loss. And some years back, when I was at the beginning stages of making sure I could preserve what was left, I got a pair, and I can't remember who the main, I think it's Walker, if I'm not mistaken, who makes a set of earmuffs, that have controls for each side, and they only block out noise over a certain decibel level. And normal conversation is completely available to hear, so I no longer have to take off the headphones in order to talk to someone. As a matter of fact, you can magnify the actual sounds that it doesn't block out so much so that you can hear a whisper, and very clearly. And they have helped out more than I can say. Wearing them does present a little bit of an issue if you're wearing a hat. Sometimes it's not compatible with the earphones. But when you compare the value of ear protection, your hearing protection, against wearing a hat, hearing protection comes out first. I recommend them highly. K6DTK.
All right, thanks, Dave. Well, there's 2 votes there because I definitely think that anyone that's starting out now, this should be one of the things that is pushed heavily is to get the proper hearing protection early. Having worked around military stuff, aircraft, and other things, it's just a no-brainer anymore. And what'd you say? Because there's a lot of that going on at this stage of my life as well. KE6, Charlie Tango Tango with the Outdoor Adventure USA. Anyone else?
PET.
Over to PET.
Bill, W6PET, and I actually have a pair of the one in the middle, the one pick up both sides. And in the range, in the indoor range, I'm actually able to hear people on both sides and be able to discern which direction it's coming from. So even though I know the 2 pickup one on the far right probably helps in that area, I have no problem using or being able to determine what direction somebody's talking at me or around me in my surrounding area using the center one with the 1 pickup on both sides. So I kudos to that, and they're nice. They really are nice when you're out there indoor range and on the outdoor range. So my vote for that one or any of these, to be honest with you, other than the one on the 6 o'clock position. W6PET, back to Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just no reason not to consider this. And like I said, if you're looking for something for someone who is getting into it, doesn't have this kind of hearing protection, I think it'd be a great gift. The reason I actually got into this was somebody gave me some headphones that were from a company called Sportsman's Guide, and they were real inexpensive. And they worked fine outdoors, but when I took them to an indoor range, they were horrific. They just didn't have the cutoff wasn't very good, so I upgraded, and then I upgraded, and then I upgraded again. So buy once, cry once kind of thing. Look into what you are looking to do. Make sure that you get the best you can afford up front, and then make the purchase and don't look back. All right. Any other questions or comments on hearing protection? All right, so the next up here is the first-time firearm purchases in California, what to expect. This is post number 3. I've got a lot of fluff at the end of this post specifically, so I'm going to give you my upfront account of the things that I see are an issue for first-time buyers. I've had some seminars with this where I've talked to people in a seminar format, face-to-face in a classroom environment. And so, a lot of people will have a lot of different questions. Some people will have questions that even I don't have an answer for. Ask my wife. I usually don't have a lot of answers for a lot of things. But and it's not because I want to avoid giving an answer. It's because I don't want to steer anyone wrong, and I don't want to give poor information that you go someplace and you say, well, this person said that this is how it works. What we have to all realize also is that many companies that are in the business of selling firearms and ammunition, they have specific guidelines that they have that are up and above what the California DOJ or ATF has. So you may run into a company that really has some weird rules, and it may not be coming specifically from the DOJ or ATF. It may be coming from their corporate headquarters, and unfortunately, I cannot speak to each and every instance where you're going to run into somebody that's got some weird company policies. hopefully, if I give you enough information here, that when you go to look at or attempt to purchase your first firearm, you'll be ready with most, if not all, of the information and documents that you'll need to make your first purchase. And if there are ladies out there who need this information because they've never gone to purchase a firearm before, you don't need some guy standing next to you and saying, hey, little lady, this is what you need. I know a lot of you want to be independent and do this on your own, and I find that very admirable to many of the people that come in, both on the male side and the female side. It's not about, this can be a very individual thing, and also the firearms that you choose, for whatever reason or purpose that you choose them for, it can be very personal, and one size does not fit all. All right, kind of with that disclaimer out of the way, documents required to purchase firearms. Number one, you need to have a California ID or driver's license. So it can be a California, issued ID card. It can be a California driver's license. That's what you need, all right? You're probably not going to get away with any other form of identification other than that. You should be a resident of California, and that's why you have a California ID or a driver's license. I see many times people come in and say, I'm from a different state and I want to do whatever it is they want to do, and unfortunately, without a California driver's license, I'm pretty much at an impasse. There's nothing going to happen for you. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do for individuals that are from out of state. California has some pretty stringent rules, and many companies, even the one that I work for, there are just certain things that they will not do, even though it may be in a gray area or a potential for a sale. It's just not worth jeopardizing or getting pulled across the rug because you did something that might raise an eyebrow. I've got two IDs up here. This is taken from some information on the internet. So these people, I didn't take pictures of people's IDs. The one on the left in the aqua colored or the greenish seafoam green side, you can see that bear. That is a real ID, and that is the way that you can tell whether or not you, standing or sitting, listening right now, can pull up your ID card and tell that you have a real ID. And to get a real ID, you had to prove that where your citizenship was. If you were born in the United States, you're a naturalized citizen, and you can get a real ID. Not to mention that when I was 17 and a half and I needed to take my birth certificate in to get my original driver's license, why did I have to do it again? It has to do with some of the things that they did for immigrants that came into the United States, and they thought that this was going to help to get people with driver's license who weren't from from California or the United States, and then that screwed everybody else to have to get to prove that they were born in the United States and prove their citizenship. So we lost on that one. So the real ID will look like that with the upper right-hand corner, the bear. Any questions? All right. Over the right side, the blue, the sky blue, the federal limits apply up in the upper right-hand corner. That is, you have not proven since you got your license, you first got your license, that you are a citizen of the United States, and so you have to take in your birth certificate and haggle with the California DMV in order to get your real ID so that you can get the little bear up there in the corner. Not a hard process, and if you look at both of these individuals have veteran IDs towards the center 6 o'clock middle. You can get that little veteran moniker if you have a DD-214 and you're able to bring that stuff into the DMV. I'm no expert on what it takes to get these things in, but I just did last year. I got my veterans moniker on my license and did my real ID because I was tired of having to deal with the birth certificate thing. So those are very important pieces to this, and the reason for that is if you go to purchase a firearm and you don't have a real ID, you will need a birth certificate or passport that proves that you are a citizen of the United States. And that's the big holdup. A lot of times what happens is people will come in thinking that, hey, I'm going to sail through this with no problems, and they have a federal limit supply. And one of the pieces of documentation that needs to be in the packet for a firearm purchase is that proof that you are actually a citizen of the United States. Now, the other part of that is, okay, so I didn't have it on me, but most shops will let you bring it in later. So, because you're going to have a 10-day waiting period, and by the time the 10th day rolls around, when you show up to pick up, they can, you can complete the record at that time. Now, again, that isn't all shops, but some of the shops that I've been to, that's a common practice, that you can go as far as you can go. You can wait your 10 days, and hopefully that when you come back in your 10th day, you have all your documentation sewed up and in the packet. The other thing that's very important here is that you want to make sure that your license is not expired or will not expire within the 10 days that you're waiting for your firearm, so that when you come back, you're not trying to pick up your firearm on expired license. And it'd probably be nice that you start the whole process with a license that is going to last long enough that your whole process is going to be covered by the license, and it's not going to expire any time during the process. We run into that, and then the spin up for the DMV to get a new license to the person so that they have a valid license when they pick up is a problem, and it could force the company to hold off releasing your firearm, and it may go past that 30th day, and if it goes past the 30th day, you're going to have to pay another $37.19. There may be some charges on that because it was a problem, and they have to redo all the paperwork, and you're going to have to wait another 10 days. So don't get stuck in that. Make sure that your license will be valid throughout the whole process. Any questions or comments?
DTK.
Over to Dave.
Does the legitimate possession of either a concealed carry permit or a valid hunting license in California affect any of these rules?
Yes, and I will touch on that with some other information that I'm going to go down the list a little bit further, and I will talk about those two specific issues. Back to you, Dave.
That's fine, Rick. I did not mean to take you out of order. I will wait. Thanks. K6TZG.
No problem at all. So that pretty much takes care of the driver's license, the need, or who would need a birth certificate or passport, and why that's necessary. The next thing that you'll need is a firearm safety certificate. The firearm safety certificate is a card that you get that's good for 5 years, costs $25, and it is 30 questions with, you can miss up to 7 of the questions and pass. So again, without the firearm safety certificate, you cannot go past go in the firearm shop because they have to have that number that you have on your card in order to input into the dealer record of sale. And I will refer to the dealer record of sale, or the 4473 input into the system. That will be the DROS. So from now on, I'll just say that that's DROS, which stands for dealer record of sale. So the DROS that's inputted into California's electronic system, they have to have that number off of your firearm safety certificate. However, as Dave asked earlier, there are a few different ways that you can get away with not having a firearm safety certificate, and I'll give you a few that are the common ones. Number one, if I am talking to any CCW holders out there, you probably don't need me to talk about this to you. You've probably already done this because you have to have a firearm to get a CCW. You've already purchased. But if you do have a CCW, a concealed carry weapons permit, you can use a CCW in a California CCW, not out of state, because California does not recognize any CCWs from outside of state. Only California-issued concealed carry weapons permit holders. So that's one way that you can get away with not having a firearm safety certificate. The other thing that you can do is it's common knowledge for most people that to buy a firearm in the state of California, you have to be 21 or older. Now, the exception to that is that you can be 18 to 21 to buy hunting firearms. Most handguns, or actually all handguns that I know of, most shops will not sell you a handgun. If you say, hey, I'm going to go hunt this Thompson Center Contender in 30-30 single shot breech-loaded pistol, unfortunately, that is not probably going to. Most shops won't sell you that. It's usually a shotgun or a rifle in a hunting configuration that will be sold, and you can be between 18 and 21 for that with a valid hunting license at the time of purchase. So those are two examples of a way to get your firearm without the firearm safety certificate. One last way is that if you have your military ID or you have a law enforcement ID, again, I'm talking to people that probably already have firearms, so this is really not necessarily in your wheelhouse, but those folks that have a military ID, active duty military ID, retired military ID, law enforcement, certain levels of law enforcement, you can get a firearm. There's some BSIS. If you have a armed security guard card, not just the guard card, but you have the firearms open carry card, then you can forego the firearm safety certificate. So those are some examples that you may use in lieu of the firearm safety certificate. Questions or comments? KK6 Charlie Tango Tango with the Outdoor Adventure USA and what to expect when you go to purchase your first firearm here in the state of California. That's the topic. Second proof of residence. If you're buying a handgun, now if you're buying a low receiver, a rifle, a shotgun, a long gun in general, you don't need a second proof as long as your driver's license, ID card match the information that you're going to put on your 4473. That is the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms form. It's a federal form that you have to fill out at the store, at the place of purchase, in front of others that are, working there. You can't or are not supposed to have any help, and the person behind the counter is not supposed to help you get through that form. It's supposed to be all you, okay? Now, sometimes I get some folks that have a question about a question. It doesn't seem clear to them, and that's, clarification is one thing, but helping people to answer the questions is not necessarily the right way to do this. So you need to be able to know what the questions might be, and I've got the questions down below. So if you have questions about, hey, what are they going to ask me, then they're in this thread as well. So for a handgun, you have to have an address that you're going to put on your 4473. If your ID does not match the address that you put on the 4473,
welcome to the KE6TZG repeater.
You'll have to have a second proof of residence, where your residence is. So without that, if your address on your ID matches what you put down on your paperwork, no issue. Your second form of proof is just a utility bill. It can be a gas, water, electric bill, sewage, trash pickup, that kind of thing. However, if your address on your license does not match what you're putting on your paperwork, I used to live on Orange Street, that's where my license says, and now I live on Main Street, well, that's the problem. And for an example, in the city of Riverside, it is a city government that actually, because the city utilities are actually run by the city of Riverside. So that bill is a government agency that issued you your bill, and that will suffice for the second proof of, hey, it's a government entity that issued my bill, and that works. A DMV registration is a second form of address. It has to be a valid DMV registration so that the time period covers the same time period that you're going to wait your 10 days, and when you pick up, it's still a valid registration. So there are different ways around this, and there will be discrepancies that you run into, but as long as they can be fixed by the time your pickup, and there's a 20-day window that you can pick up, it's all okay. Any questions or comments? All right, final bullet in this of what you need kind of documents is you'll be required to fill out Section B of the ATF's 4473. And if you look at, there's a hot link there that will take you to the exact form, and you can look at all the questions that you're responsible for, and you can, in the Army we would say G2, which means intelligence. You can look at that, and you can kind of pre-figure out anything that you might have difficulties with, so that you've kind of figured out, what to expect when you go fill this form out in real time at the store. So those are the big ones that we run into so many problems with, that people expect that I can just walk in, purchase a firearm, and walk out. Not the case. So once you submit your documentation on your 4473, the clerk behind the counter is going to enter that into the computer. It's going to upload into the state's Department of Justice formats, and they're going to run for 10 days. They've got the ability, or they will have the information, and they will either approve by the 10th day, and actually if you come in on the 10th day, an hour before the paperwork says, the store will not release until the state of California releases your firearm to you. And so going in early on the final day isn't going to help. You got to wait probably a few seconds after to a minute or minutes after your time for pickup is actually on your paperwork. They go down to the minute and second, and sometimes a little bit longer. So don't expect to show up early on the 10th day and think that you can get your firearm out of jail. Not going to happen. And the other thing that you want to look out for is that you have, from that 10th day, you have 20 more days to pick up. So that window, this whole process is a 30-day process. The first 10 days of the 30 is the background check. Once the background check is complete, the state says release it. You have 20 days to pick up. If you come back on the 30th day and you are a few minutes past the time that you started this whole process, you will be denied release of the firearm, and if you want that firearm, you'll have to fill out another 4473, enter in another dealer record of sale, pay your $37.19 and whatever store fees are going to be applicable, depending on the shop, and wait another 10 days. No way around that, unfortunately. Questions or comments? All right. So now we get down to Section B. If you look there, again, this is the fluff. And I put this up there because I didn't want anyone to come back and say, well, Rick, you didn't cover everything. You've got some reading to do here. If there's any questions on some of the information that's asked for, please ask me. I would be more than happy to help you out with what exactly the question means, or what you can do to facilitate the purchase. No problem there. But these are all the questions that you will be asked to fill out in Section B. And I think the only thing that I have not covered is for folks that were born in another country and have citizenship in other places. And for those folks, if there's anyone out there that needs information on that, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions at this time.
Question?
Let's get the question.
Hey Rick, it's Dave, KE6TZG. If you are interested in purchasing a firearm that is not in the inventory of the store, but the store can get a serial number, but it's going to take a while for it to actually arrive, more than 10 days, can a purchase be made in the absence of a gun at the store?
There was a time that I don't think many shops would hesitate to take care of that. Make the sale, put in the serial number as needed to, let's just say it was in another, there's several shops in the state, and they have a shop up in, up in Redding, California. We're down here in Southern California, and it's going to take a week or two to get the firearm from that shop down to the Southern California shop. I think there's a lot of shops that would have done that in the past, where they would call the shop and say, hey, send that down to me. I've got it sold down here. What's the serial number? And then they input the serial number. And those days, I think, are pretty much dried up. There are a lot of companies and a lot of minutia that they have to wade through from the DOJ, ATF, that it's just not worth it to them anymore to facilitate a sale like that and then get caught short later on. And I don't know what the rule is specifically for it, if it is a violation of anything. I just know that there's there's very few stores now that want to mess with that at all. If they are going to draw something, the firearm has to be in the shop at the time of the sale. KE6 Charlie Tango Tango with the OA USA. Back to Dave.
That helps, Rick. Thank you.
Yeah, it's turned into, if you have kits, and again, this may be the AR platform. Sometimes you'd like to say, hey, this is what I'm grossing, and then if the fear is that if the California DOJ comes in or any of their minions come in and they say, okay, this is what you grossed it as, I want to see the firearm, and then you go in the back and you show something that's not what you said you grossed, that's a problem. And that could spin up to something ugly as far as fines and loss of licenses again, just not worth it anymore. And if you did not know this, or if you don't believe it, the word on the street is that if you're shooting out on BLM land, there have been reports in our shop that the ATF or DOJ is sending people out to take a look at what people have out there. So, for the most part, what I'm saying is be on your best behavior. Even when you think nobody's watching you, somebody may be watching you. So, if you think you have something that is not necessarily California compliant, then it behooves you to make sure that you make it compliant or do something different with it that, again, you just don't know where these folks are going to pop up. And this is coming from the top down, and I mean from the top, from the Biden administration on down the line. This is filtering down, and I think many of the shops, many of the different agencies that deal with the ATF and the DOJ, California DOJ, they're feeling a little bit more pressure to make sure that things are done correctly. And it's a good thing, it's a bad thing. You can take that both ways. KE6 Charlie Tango Tango with the OA USA net, talking about first-time purchasing of a firearm, some of the things to expect. Any other questions? All right, so I'm going to continue, and like I said, if you take a look at all the questions and information that's requested on the 4473, this is exactly taking off the 4473. If there's a question that you, and they just changed it. We just changed forms once again. There was a change in April that we had to start using a new form, and there was a change that we started using a new form at the beginning of this week. So this is always in flux, and you know, this is one of those things that you sit back and you scratch your head and ask why. They wanted to, I guess, shore up some issues with the questions, so they added or changed the way the questions were worded, and I guess they wanted to save paper, but after everything was said and done, there's more pages in this document than there was before, and you know, it's just government bureaucracy. It is. I want to say it's funny to watch, because if you didn't laugh at this, you'd be crying, and I think everybody pretty much would agree to that. In an effort to be more efficient, we become more bogged down and less efficient at what we do, and I think we allot that to, or that goes hand in hand with, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. All right, so let's open it up. Anyone have any questions on what's expected of them to show up at the shop, what they need as far as ID requirements, documentation, what to expect on the questions on the 4473, how the process is supposed to run, how long you're supposed to wait, what issues may, you know, cause you to have problems with this process. Any questions on the purchasing of a firearm specifically?
KF6LEX.
EET.
WKI.
All right, I've got LEX, I believe it's PCT, and those E's, you know, anything that sounds like an E, I have trouble with, and then WKI. So we'll figure it out as we go along. Chris, what do you have?
If I want to buy an unfinished gun, I guess they call it ghost gun, you know, unfinished, and get the parts and cobble it together, how does that fit into all this? Is that even still allowed, or is that the same paperwork to shuffle, something like that? How does that all go down nowadays? KF6LEX.
So what Chris is referring to, that is commonly referred to a ghost gun, but unfortunately what happens with this is law enforcement will throw anything that doesn't have a serial number, whether it is a firearm that you can manufacture in your garage and finish off with what they called an 80%er, and then also anything that may have a ground off serial number to make tracking the firearm harder, usually, you know, associated with stolen firearms. So all of these things are lumped into what's called now loosely termed as ghost guns. The kits that were sold that were what they called 80%ers are no longer authorized for build in California. There is still litigation that's working its way through, and I don't know where that's going to end. But for California's sakes, at this time, the 80% kits are a no-go in California. There were allowances for people to put, you know, before they built them, to ask the DOJ for a serial number. That had specific ways and protocols to put the serial number on a 80%er that you could build in your garage and finish up. But that has all gone away and is no longer a viable solution for building your own firearm. Back to you, Chris.
That's too bad to hear. That's a great way to get to know the firearm intimately if you have to, do the final fitting and everything. They assemble all the parts there. It's a really great way to have intimate knowledge of the workings of the whole thing. I guess that's not going to happen, at least not anytime soon in this state. Thanks for the update, Rick. KF6LEX.
No problem, Chris. Yeah, it's and so it's just become a lot easier to buy a frame and work it up from that point forward. You can still, the AR platform is like Legos for adults. You would register, or when you go to purchase your lower receiver, it's a serialized part, and you would have that DROST or dealer record of sale just like you would a complete handgun, long gun. And it's registered to you at that point as a part, as a lower receiver. The caliber and what else is there? The caliber is multi, and it's usually, if you want to do a pistol, there's different things you can do with an AR pistol build, but they're specific to the company that you buy it from, whether or not they have a builder's license. And again, when it goes in the back room, if you register it as a pistol, it has to go in the back room as a complete pistol. You should not be able to say, I have a pistol lower receiver, and then you build up whatever you want. It has to be in the configuration that it's supposed to be in when it goes in the back. Just like I said earlier, when the DOJ comes out and says, well, you registered this AR as a pistol, where is it? And if we pull out just a lower receiver and it's not built, then bad on us. Let's go to, I believe it was PCT, and let's get your correct call sign in phonetics because I'm having trouble figuring out what exactly you're saying.
All right, Rick, thanks a lot. It's W6 Papa Echo Tango, so W6PET. And my question is, the firearm safety certificate, is there a waiting period from the time you complete that and pass it before you can buy an actual weapon?
Negative. So, for an example, if you came into the shop and said, "Hey, I want to test out to get my firearm safety certificate," the shop will usually sit you down or put you someplace where you can take the test. Give yourself about 30 minutes with that test. Most people won't need more than 10 to 15 minutes, but again, give yourself about 30 minutes for that. Once you've got it complete, they're going to grade the test. They're going to issue your card. Bam, it's a done deal. You can purchase a firearm from that period forward.
All right, Rick, thanks so much. W6PET, back to Rick.
Yeah, good question. Let's go to WKI. Vic.
Thanks, Rick. I wanted to comment this when you were talking about having a valid driver's license. Years ago, I wanted to purchase a gun, and my driver's license was just on an extension because I'm such a procrastinator. I didn't do it in time. And when I went back, it was denied, and the firearms dealer apparently said they weren't allowed to tell me why it was denied. And then he kind of hinted why it was denied about my driver's license. Come back when you have a valid license or it's current. But even with an extension, they won't accept that. KK6WKI.
Yeah, thanks, Vic. Yeah, there's some definite protocols here, and it has to be a hard copy, actual driver's license. We can't work off of a paper driver's license, that says, hey, I just renewed, but before I get it in the mail, this is what they gave me, okay? Unfortunately, it can't work off the paper. It has to be the actual physical driver's license. And there are probably several ways that you can get kicked out of the system, and one of them is for issues with the DMV. So let's just say that, like Vic, that was one way, is that you didn't have a valid, up-to-date driver's license. They gave you an extension, and that's just a paper copy until you get your final hard copy, actual driver's ID card. That's one thing. The other thing is if you've got issues that you have not paid for something, and it all comes around and bites you in the butt. If you haven't paid for certain things, there's DMV holds on a gun sale, so they'll get you that way. If you've got outstanding stuff in the DMV system, they'll stop it that way. Of course, there are misdemeanors that are in a certain classification. One of these that I know for certain is that falling under what's called the Lautenberg Act. So you may have a domestic violence issue that it was only a misdemeanor, or you pled out to a misdemeanor, but they fall within the Lautenberg Act, and unfortunately, if you have those on your record, you will be denied the purchase of the firearm. If you have felonies, of course, that's until you get those expunged and you ask for your rights to be restored, you can't get a firearm. So there's a lot of different things that will preclude you from getting your firearm, and there is definitely a path to retaining or resecuring your Second Amendment rights, but it ain't easy. It's going to cost some money. You'll have to lawyer up for most of these things, and it's a two-part process. One of them is to get the issue expunged, and the other is to ask for your Second Amendment rights to be restored. And most people are not able to do that on their own. It's something that you have to lawyer up to. KK6 Charlie Tango Tango with the Outdoor Adventure USA. We're talking about what it takes to make your first firearm purchase, what to expect. Any other questions or comments?
Papa Echo Tango.
TET.
The other day on the DMV website, when I was renewing my driver's license, that they offered an option to do a beta on the keeping your license on your cell phone, in your wallet or whatever it is. Have you had any of them come in, or has there been any talk about how to handle that?
I have not seen that. I have not heard that yet, so it has not graced my presence of difficulty in the shop yet, so I can't wait. Oh joy. No, I just haven't seen it yet. I'm sure that there's more of that coming down the pike, as well as QGuard codes for your bank accounts and other stuff like that. So we're living in a digital world, and it's going more that way. And for what reason? I guess bring your thoughts in tin hats.
All right, thanks a lot. Whiskey 6, Papa Echo Tango, back to you, Rick.
Yeah, no problem. These are things that we see daily that after you think you've seen it all, somebody will, and it's quite honestly, it's amazing to see people who don't have their paperwork or their documents in order, and then they get mad at you because they can't proceed with a firearm purchase because you just don't have the right documentation, and it's unfortunate, but and that's why I wanted to do this, because there's, it's a lack of education, unfortunately, and a lack of knowledge that people just think that, we're just turning out firearms to anyone who wants one, and that's why we have a problem with, in quotation, gun violence. I don't think that's the case. I think it's the case of we have people that just don't understand what's behind all of this and how it all works and should come together, and how some of it just doesn't work because it wasn't well thought out and continues to leave gaps where there shouldn't be gaps. So that said, before we I get on a high horse, let me move on to the problems that you'll have feeding your firearm with ammunition. So I did a little bit of studying before this because I don't know where the breaking point was, but I remember that in 2014 they have been registering handguns by make, model, and serial number for a long time in California. And then in 2014, I think was the last year that they did not register firearms, the long guns, shotguns, and rifles by make, model, and serial number. The ATF or the California system, they just knew that you bought a firearm and it was a long gun. It wasn't a handgun. It was everything else but a handgun. And then in 2015, I think on January 1st, they started with a system that all firearms sold in California were registered to the individual by make, model, and serial number. When that happened, that opened the door for the state of Cal. And although on the federal side, it is against the law for the federal government to have a registry, at the state level, you can see that that's not true. They have a system that ties you to whatever you've bought since 2015 in a shop, to the make, model, and serial number. And that's why it's very important that when you do have a firearm and you're going to relinquish control of that firearm to another person, you've sold the firearm, you've given it to another family member, that I think it's important that just like vehicle registration, you make sure that the state of California knows that it's not yours anymore, and you go through what's called a private party transfer, and get it in the name or registered in the name of the person who's picking up the firearm. Just like in a vehicle, if somebody drove this through a fence and made a lot of damage and it's still registered in your name, what are they going to do with the vehicle? They're going to come back to you and they're going to say, hey, we're going to hold you accountable for your 1974 Coupe de Ville. It's parked in the middle of the school after going through several fence lines, and that's going to be a high cost for you to pay. Well, it's not registered. I sold it. It's not mine. Well, okay, but that doesn't matter because according to our the last known recorded or registered owner, that was you. So this can come back and haunt you, and that's why it's important that you understand some of these things when you do own firearms, and that it's much like the ownership of a vehicle, that you don't want that stuff coming back on you if you do not have possession of the firearm, and what has been done with it was not through your hands, it was someone else's hands. But to prove that, again, a private party transfer of that firearm to another owner is what you want to look at. All right, and likewise, I get a lot of people that come into the shop and they want to buy ammunition, and unfortunately, they still are under the assumption that it's cash and carry. So what they do for people who want to purchase ammunition, there has to be a background check here also. The first thing that I want to make clear is that if you come into a shop and say, I'm buying ammunition for, just stop there, because some shops will tell you, if you're buying ammunition for someone else, you've just blown your chance. I will not sell you ammunition. You cannot, in the state of California, buy ammunition for anyone else or for a gift for someone. When you buy ammunition, it is always for your personal use, period. Now, your personal use may be, I'm taking my nephew and neighbors down the street out to go shoot some firearms
operation
in my presence, where that ammunition is never leaving my sight. Then that's your personal use. You're teaching other people about firearm safety, going out to have a good time. That's great. You can do that. But I can't buy a box of ammunition, walk next door and say, here, neighbor, here's some ammunition for your 22, and then come back home. That is not cool. So you don't want to get caught up in that either. Again, just food for thought, something to consider, and you can't, if you're, although it happens, if you're clearing out Grandpa's garage or shooting shack, and you put his 30-06 ammunition out there for his M1 Garand out on the table for sale, just don't get caught up in the problems there, because again, it has to go through a licensed dealer. There has to be a background check for the for the ammunition. It's not the Wild West anymore, folks, and you don't want to get caught short with somebody who's either going to turn you in or who knows about this and is in some form of law enforcement that can, put a crimp in your plans. So what do you do with Grandpa's old ammunition? Well, you can have somebody, you can do a transfer at a shop. They'll do a background check for the individual, and then you can do the transfer there. You can every once in a while we'll get somebody who says, I came across this ammunition. I don't know what to do with it. I don't shoot. I don't care about this stuff. Just take it, and they'll just drop it off at the gun shop. So there are different things that you can do to dispose of ammunition, and I don't know all of the ways to do it, but I've seen a couple. So next thing up. So if you purchased a firearm from 2015 onward, you are probably you're in a registered format somewhere in the state of California. And if you go into a shop to buy ammunition, they're going to do a $1 background check on you. What's required, again, would be your driver's license or California ID, a correct address, and that correct address has to or should match up with, when I purchased my firearm, and my ID card says I still live on Main Street at the same place. So when they swipe your card and the address matches where you last registered your firearm, thumbs up. You get to pass go, $1. You get to purchase whatever ammunition, whatever caliber you want. It does not have to match the caliber of the firearm that you purchased, in 2022. It just has to be a firearm that is registered to you. And it always goes off the last firearm registered. So let's just say I lived on Orange Street and I have 10 firearms that are registered there, and then my last firearm, I was living on Main Street that my driver's license says. If they look back at it and my Main Street and my driver's license are on Main Street, everything's good to go. But if my license says I registered the last firearm on Orange Street and my ID says Main Street, you will get denied all day long. Some shops will allow you, they may ask you, so where was your last firearm registered? Was it registered to this address? And you go, no, that's Main Street, that's my new address. It was registered to Orange Street. And some shops will go ahead and put in the last address used for the purchase of a firearm, and everything's good to go. Other companies will scan your card, your driver's license, and if there are changes, and again, you lived on Main Street now, and you purchased your last firearm on Orange Street, then you're going to get denied, and those companies, those stores, those shops won't type in the right address. And it's unfortunate, but I don't know why they do that, but it's company policy, I presume, and it's unfortunate for the consumer because you lose out. You'll be denied, and you'll have to pay that $1. Again, if you have a federal limit supply on your ID, you want to make sure that you bring your birth certificate or passport because in your ammunition purchase, that's another packet. So you want to have your most current ID, one that lasts for the whole time, well, actually, just for the purchase, that you have your your birth certificate or passport. And the final thing that I didn't mention
the
above
time
is
is
you
2100 hours.
married
Repeat
and
it
your
now.
last name. So you were born a Smith, and you married into the Jones family, and your birth certificate says Smith, and now your driver's license says Jones. then for those ladies that have that issue, you're going to need a marriage certificate that shows why you are no longer a Smith, and the marriage certificate shows that you are now a Jones, and that all makes sense when the clerk is putting that stuff all together. So women have one more step if they change their name because they got married. Any questions or comments?
EMF.
WKI.
Papa Echo Tango.
Kilo November 6, Ocean India Alpha, mobile monitoring. Good evening.
All right, Cesar, we've got you. OIA, travel safe. And I've got EMF up first, WKI, you're in the queue, as well as PET. Gene, take a turn.
Thank you, Rick. Good evening, everybody. This is Gene KE6TZG in Beaumont. I just got a dumb question. What would your status be if a sidearm you have was basically grandfathered to the person who basically grandfathered it to you? I just kind of wonder what would be your legal status and what would you have to do to make everything right with the state?
That's a great question, and like I said, I don't propose to know everything, but when I was looking some of the things up, there is a frequently asked questions on this ammunition purchase for transfer regulations. Yeah, here he goes. At the bottom of the forum, post number 4, there is it's the last thing written there. Ammunition purchases frequently asked questions. If you click on that, it has a lot of questions. One of the questions was, can a father pass a firearm down to their child? Yes. Do they have to follow the protocol that is kind of this registration process that you have to do a private party transfer? As it stands on the website for California, the answer is no. Will that change tomorrow in 10 minutes? I don't know. But as it stands in their frequently asked questions, the answer is yes. So if you wanted to do that, again, for a it has to be in the sperm line, and that sounds kind of odd, but it can be from father to son to daughter. It can be from grandfather to granddaughter, grandson, but it can't be from uncle to nephew. It can't be from aunt to cousin or anything like that. It's got to be in that direct line, the stump of the tree, where a grandfather, grandparent, a father, a son or daughter, that's all in that lineage of direct descendants. You can transfer that way. But again, would I do it that way? Probably not. I'd be safe and do a private party transfer and get it done that way so that it's registered. And if you don't have a firearm that's registered already, what you can do is you can do the private party transfer where somebody you have individuals at the shop that are either going to do an interfamiliar transfer or they're going to do a buyer-seller private party transfer. And once that firearm's registered, it makes it a lot easier for you to buy ammunition for that firearm. Because what happens is you get a lot of people that have a handed-down firearm, and they go to buy ammunition for it, and they can't buy ammunition because they have no firearm registered to them. So you can go into a system called CFARS. I think that stands for the California Firearm Automated System, California Firearm Automated System, and you can actually open an account and you can fill out that. I think for $19 you can say I've got my dad's Mossberg 500, his Remington 700, and his Smith & Wesson Model 19 in my possession now. And when California gets good and willing to input that information, they'll get around to making that transfer in the California Firearm Automated System, CFARS. The problem with that, let's say you wanted to take that Smith & Wesson 19 and put it on your concealed carry permit. If it's not registered to you, if the California CFARS system has not done their work and DOJ has not put that firearm on or registered it to you, and you go to pull out your CCW with that Smith & Wesson 19, it'll probably get denied because it doesn't show up on your background. And you have to have that thing cleared through CFARS before you can get a CCW or put that firearm on your CCW. And that's what happens a lot of times. People will use the CFARS system. They're on a time schedule, a time hack, and unfortunately California DOJ is on their own time hack that has nothing to do with caring about what you have to do with your time schedule. So that's a problem. So the best way to do that is through a PPT, a private party transfer. KK6 Charlie Tango Tango to OA USA. Back to you, Gene.
Thank you, Rick. That kind of sums it up in a nutshell. I definitely appreciate it. All right, sir. CTT, you know who it's me, K6CMF. And we'll kick it back to you. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Gene. And what you could do is, if there was an executor of an estate that has firearms, the executor, I think, can go into the shop and do the private party transfer over to the individual or individuals that are going to split up Grandpa's collection. WKI, Vic.
Thanks, Rick. I'm not sure if you mentioned this. What if you're on your driver's license, it just has a P.O. box? KK6WKI.
P.O. boxes are not going to fly because you're going to have to put a physical address. I think what gets most people when they say, hey, I'm going to put my P.O. box number, and I will say something like, do you live in a P.O. box? And they'll look at you and go, no. Well, then where do you live? Well, I live at 1420 Orange Street, Redlands, California. Okay, well, if that's where you live, that's what you should be putting down in your 4473. And now you've got an issue. Your driver's license says one thing, and on the document, the federal document, it says another thing. So that's where your second proof comes in. And like I said, a DMV registration that has the address on Orange Street in Redlands will be proof that, yes, indeed, you do live there. I can see that by your California DMV registration. Same thing with it can't be, they're accepting fewer and fewer things. If you come in with a valid fishing license or hunting license, now that's another government document that says you live at that Redlands Orange Street address. You can use that too. So there's different things that you can use. Some of them, they don't make sense. If I get a mortgage on my house, why can't I use the mortgage for my house as my proof of residency? Because we don't take those anymore. You know, it's just weird. It's odd sometimes on what we can take and what we can't take. But for the most part, you can't use your P.O. box on your federal form. It has to be where you physically are going to store the firearm, and that's what goes on the federal form. Back to you, Vic.
Okay, thanks, Rick. KK6WKI.
And we run into this issue with the folks that live up on the hill all the time, and it's unfortunate because they really have to dig sometimes to get the right documentation to complete the sale. All right, let's go to PET.
KE6PET, and my question is if I've moved my firearms registered to my old address and I move to a new one and I go in to buy ammunition, is there a form that the store can fill out to re-register my firearm to the new address, or do I need to go online to somewhere in California to do that, to update that data?
Well, here's a perfect example. Had an individual come in, and I asked him the question, where was the last firearm registered, and is that what we're going to run with today? And he said, no, I registered my last firearm at another address. I'm now living in a new place, and there's a discrepancy there. I said, okay, well then, do you want me to use your old address, or do you want me to use what's on your driver's license now? He said, well, I went into CFARS, and I put in for a driver's license or a address change there, so it should be good to go. How long ago was that, sir? 4 months. Okay, so the California DOJ had it for 4 months. His request to have his address changed to the new address, I ran his ammunition background check, and it got denied. And then I ran it again and put in his old address, and it worked. So again, California DOJ is on their own time schedule, and they don't give a crap about, whether or not you asked for something to be done to make your purchase, your visit to the gun shop better. They get around to it when they get around to it. That's 4 months, and I've heard of people waiting for a firearm to pop in the system that they got from a family member so that they could put it on their CCW. A year later, they're still waiting for the California DOJ to change or put that, register that firearm in the CFAR system to the individual that's trying to get their CCW. If that's any indication of what you can do, but doesn't work very well. Back to you, Vic. Or PET, I'm sorry.
W6PET, but then it kind of poses the question, if it takes that long for them to update the data, what's the legality of it if something happens when you use your firearm and it's not registered to your new address? So that's a whole other topic, I guess. But anyway, back to you, W6PET.
Yeah, well, I can say that they say that if you are caught up in something where, they're going to scrutinize where the firearm was last registered and who it was registered to, but you can prove that you have the information input into the CFAR system that you run the alibi, that's the alibi. But it has to be in the system. As long as you have the attempt and the documentation to show that you've attempted to change that over to yourself, then you're running in that gray area where they should accept that as your answer. Hey, I put it in CFARS. You guys haven't gotten around to inputting it in and finalizing it. It's not my fault. But again, it's unfortunate for the person that gets caught up in something that tries to prove something that you're waiting. Again, here we go back to that. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. So it's probably a sad day when you have to depend on that when you're talking about use of force or something as tenuous as firearm ownership. KK6, Charlie Tango Tango with the Outdoor Adventure USA Net. Any other questions or comments?
Question.
ID, take a turn.
KK7 IRS.
Go ahead, IRS.
Oh, sorry. Just make sure I was getting through. So is this in regards to X3223, or is it the actual California law, which it sounds like?
I'm not sure I understand the question, and I'm not sure if I would know I don't know if that's a penal code that you're talking about, but I don't know the penal codes. I just do the best I can with the different scenarios that are played out, and I have to do research on certain things. If I don't know the answer, then I ask about, I've got a plethora of people that I can ask. I think we all rely on the different experience levels of the folks that work in the shop as well. So it's not always cut and dry. And if you can ask your question again, and maybe I'll get it, but I don't think I have a good answer for you.
Okay. I came in this like halfway, so S3223 is a new bill from a congresswoman and a senator that's a national bulk ammo ban, and pretty much you have to do background ammo purchases and everything like you're talking about. So, yeah, I'm just coming in halfway, so I wasn't 100% sure what you guys were talking about.
All right, so with the KK7, it doesn't sound like you're in the California area. Even if you were, it has nothing to do with a new law. This is something that California has been doing now since, I think, 2019. The background check for ammunition has been ongoing here in California. And this is another thing, folks, that, my opportunity to get on a soapbox, and that is, if you see the stuff that they're doing in California, if you see the stuff that they're doing in New York, and you don't think that it's coming to a town near you soon, then you're sadly mistaken. And that's why it's so important for people that are outside the affected zone. It's only California. Screw them. Those lefties. Let them run with what they got. I'll never see it here in Arizona. Wrong. If we don't stop it wherever it shows its ugly head, then it will continue to metastasize and spread to other locations. And again, they take what's going on in these different states and they use it as if it worked there, let's make it national. If it worked in 2 states, let's make it national. And so it's a sad thing to see and live through. But that's the way this thing runs. That's the gamut. And unfortunately, California has given too many opportunities of things that work or that were passed here that should never have gotten, past square one. KK6, Charlie Tango Tango with the Outdoor Adventure USA. Any other questions or comments?
KK7 IRA.
IRA.
Yeah, just another little blip. So that is a federal law or bill that they're trying to pass. So I'm in Oregon, so I'm getting the bleed over from California. So I feel the pain.
Yeah, it's definitely, that's why it's so important to understand some of these things and not wait until it directly affects you, because it definitely shows that, even if there was good intention, even good intention doesn't go far if it's poorly thought out and poorly implemented. And I think many of the things that we see are poorly thought out, poorly implemented, and then turn into something that creates problems. So just an example of a personal experience. I have I think she must have been about 97. Maybe it was 79. 79. It was a little old lady that came in. I think she's probably, if she was 5 foot, she was 4'9". I mean, she was small, probably 90 pounds, and she just wanted the information that I've been talking about tonight. And I was explaining things to her just like I was tonight, and by the time I was finished going through, the first third of what I covered tonight, she is sobbing. And I look at her and go, what happened? What did I do? And she said, look at me. I'm 79 years old. I weigh less than 100 pounds. Who's going to listen to me? How am I going to protect myself? I've never wanted a firearm before. I never thought that I needed one, but now it's come to a point where I believe that it's time for me to look into how I can defend myself, and choosing a firearm is one of those options. And it's one thing to believe in the Second Amendment and, you know, self-protection and everything, but it's another thing to be left behind with the laws that cater to anarchy and problems with our legal system that aren't for the homeowner, for the normal citizen out there, Joe Citizen. They get left behind, just like this 79-year-old lady who's sobbing in front of me in the shop, and I can do nothing for her. And what I could have done is I could have voted the right laws into place and the right people into place, but somewhere along the line we've lost that. And it's unfortunate that we've got to undo or unravel some of the crap that we've set out, this course that we set out for ourselves, and we've left people like this behind. Just like we've left people behind that are now finding themselves homeless, and, you know, all the other gamuts of social issues that we have. It's because we have an uninformed voting public, and it just doesn't get it. So again, maybe a little bit up on the political side, so I better stop it there. But you know, it's unfortunate that you see this, and it's better to not want to flex your Second Amendment and have that choice. It's another to be forced into saying that it's time for me to gun up and be able to protect myself with the Second Amendment guarantees of self-defense. So it's a sad thing. KE6, Charlie Tango, tell me, any other questions or comments?
DTK.
Over to Dave.
I feel the pain of your 79-year-old customer. It's sad to see, but it's not all bleak and dark. There are a number of things that can be done. I recognize that very few people are attorneys, and you can't get involved in the litigation process. And individually, we can't go out and fight government. And by ourselves, we're not going to go out there and change these laws that shouldn't be in effect. But there are things that we, as those who would like to see things change, who are not attorneys, who are not legislators, who are not lobbyists, and any other qualification that you can think of, just regular people can do to help to make a difference. And we've said this before, and it's worth repeating again. There are a number of organizations out there who are at the forefront of the fight to preserve and protect the Second Amendment. And these organizations don't require you to be an attorney or a legislator or someone who has a lot of influence in the community. They only require, if you wish to become a member of them, is that you agree with what they believe in, which is the protection of the Second Amendment. And those organizations depend upon a membership, and more importantly, in many cases, they depend upon the contributions that people like those, like the lady that came into your shop, can make toward helping them to procure a safer future through the Second Amendment. There are some that I have think risen to the top in my estimation, and I'll just mention them. Anyone who's interested needs to look into them, because if you're not an attorney or a legislator or anything else, and you want to do something to make a difference, there are ways to make that happen. One of the ones that I think is at the very top of the heap is the Gun Owners of America. That's GOA. If you're in California, it's Gun Owners of California. The California Rifle and Pistol Association is another one. And there are others out there. The National Rifle Association has been at the forefront of this battle for over 100 years. And don't let all of the negative things that you may have heard about the NRA affect you, because they still are fighting that fight. It's time to get involved with an organization that you believe in. And that's the way that we can all make a difference. K6TZG.
Absolutely, Dave. And as I had said earlier, I do quite a bit of volunteer stuff. I don't send much money out to anyone, but I do this tonight for the net. I do some seminars at work, and I do some things with the NRA and the CRPA both. So definitely, put your time or your money where your mouth is. Get out there and make a difference. And there's not much more we can ask of our fellow neighbors, but if you feel strongly about the different things that are we're up against in both the gun world and our civil liberties, then you gotta pick and choose where you're gonna stand and when you're going to stand your ground. Again, this is KK6 Charlie Tango Tango with the Outdoor Adventure USA. Hopefully, I've given you plenty of information to get started if you have never purchased a firearm. If you have questions about what it takes to get ammunition, get things transferred over to you from probably a friend or neighbor or family member. Hopefully, we've answered some questions, given you some links to take you to those locations where you can find out more information. So that pretty much concludes what I was going to attempt this evening. Are there any final questions or comments before we look for final later missed check-ins? So questions or comments before we go to later missed check-ins?
Comment, KD6SJP.
KD6SJB. Go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that I really appreciate all the work you've put into this, and it's been very informative and enlightening for a lot of the people that don't know, like you said, don't know that much about this. And even though I've purchased a firearm, I'm still learning with the new laws and the new rigmaroles that's going on around here. And I do plan on buying another firearm, but I'm going to have to read up more on this, figure it out, and I do appreciate it. Thank you, KD6SJP.
All right, SJP. Hey, for anyone out there that wants or has questions that may be of a personal nature that you don't want to air your dirty laundry here in the open forum, I'm good on QRZ. Kilo 6 Charlie Tango Tango. My name's Rick, although that's not my given name and my license says something different, but I go by Rick. I can sit in a doctor's office and they can call my given name and I don't turn my head because that's not what people call me. But Rick, KK6 Charlie Tango Tango, send me an email. If you want, put in the subject matter, just put net so that I don't, if I don't recognize your email, I don't delete it before I read it. And ask me the question there, and I'll try and get back to you as soon as possible to help you out. Again, my stand is if you don't know, then you probably have questions that may be warranted or not warranted. If you have concerns that I can help you through, then be more than happy to help anyone out there that needs to get some clarification. And I will definitely tell you when I can't help you because I just don't know, but I can probably look to see if there's a way to get you the information even if I don't know it. This is KK6 Charlie Tango Tango with the Outdoor Adventure USA. Thanks, Dave. Back to you.
Welcome to the KE6TZG repeater.
Thanks, Rick. Terrific net. All right, anyone who would like to check in who has not done so before, give me your full call sign, and we'll get you checked in.
Kilo Mike 6, Alpha Whiskey Bravo.
Repeater operation.
All right, KM6 AWB acknowledged. Anyone else? Last call. bring our net to a close here, I want to reiterate something that Rick mentioned at the beginning of the net. As I think most of you know, we're going through some changes here at Outdoor Adventure USA. One of the things that our new group, of which I'm going to mention in just a moment, are going to need is input from those who are listening. I'm not looking for a pat on the back. I'm not looking for any compliments. What we need to know is if you appreciate the OAUSA nets and you would like to see them go forward. We're at a point right now where we've lost a couple of folks, and it's going to make the job of creating nets on an ongoing basis a little more difficult, so we're soliciting as much information, first of all, about whether or not there is a sufficient amount of appetite for us to continue. In post number 1 on our net tonight, I've got an email there for my use and my use only. I'd like to hear from you. If you don't like it, let me know. If you do, let us know. This is going to help us to determine whether or not the next 2 to 6 months is going to end up with a continuing Outdoor Adventure USA net program, or if we're going to close the doors. So for those who would like to do so, I encourage you to let us know. It doesn't take more than a second or two. If you don't have email, go to our website and let us know. Other than that, I can't help out. If anyone wants to make a comment or give us your opinion, the best way I can suggest at this point is to try to find your way to an email and use the one that's identified in post number 1. Since we've identified our situation, we've had a pretty good outpouring of people who have either given us a big thumbs up or who have indicated that they're willing to help out. So I want to thank those people now. These are folks that I think have gone the extra mile, and we really appreciate it. Your input and your willingness to help out is greatly appreciated and can make a huge difference. And they are Becky, KF6RGR, Randy, KF6KOC, Jimmy, N6JNY, Jack, KK6WXQ, Jeff, WD6USA, Jeff, KD6SSP, Ray, KJ6GBV, Stephen, AE6SO, Robert, KM6ZDH, Phil, W6PET. To all of you, thank you so much for getting back to us, and we will be in touch soon. With that, I think it's probably time for us to close the net. We're going to be seeing everybody, we hope, next week. The coffee topic will be what we discuss. If you have any information about coffee, if you like coffee, if you have some specific ideas on how to make a great cup of joe, this might be a perfect net for you to jump in and let us know what you have. And so with that, I want to wish everyone a terrific weekend. Big thanks to the Keller Peak Repeater Association for allowing us to do these nets. Also a big thanks to the Western Reflector, who has been allowing us to do them as well for quite some time. A big thanks to Rick, CTT, tonight for doing a terrific topic. Rick, it was really wonderful. Thank you so much. And, of course, thanks to everyone for checking in and asking questions. With that, I'd like to wish everyone a great weekend, and we'll see everybody next week. Good night, everybody. This is Dave, K6DTK.
And this is KK6 Charlie Tango Tango with an alibi. Just throwing it out there that things are moving forward in California. And just as an example, the Springfield Armory Hellcat is now on the California roster, along with the Smith & Wesson Easy just showed up on the roster, and there was one more added to the roster today that dropped a couple weeks ago. We had the Sig Sauer P365 come up on the roster. A couple months ago, we had the P320 and the Ruger Max 9. So we are seeing some movement on firearms that were not on the California roster are now on the California roster, and that's due in part to some recent court decisions and the dropping of the micro-stamping requirement to be put that was required for safety and identification purposes of the firearm. So there is traction in California, as dismal as it may seem sometimes. things are moving forward. So let's keep up the pressure and get some momentum. KK6, Charlie Tango Tango, 73.
Rick, I don't know if I've seen the Glock, especially the Glock 19 Generation 4 and Generation 5s on the list yet. Did I miss it?
No, I have not seen that pop in the system yet. I don't know if Glock is going to move forward with that. But I do think that you might see something like the... there's some other models that would be quite popular in California, and they will probably consider as a way to make money here in California off of firearm sales, that they may try and get those approved so that they can add them to the list of Glocks that can be sold in California. So things are changing. Times are changing. They are not happening very fast, but they are definitely changing, and it's evident with the new firearms that just showed up on the roster. KK6, Charlie Tango Tango.
Reflector 9251, link clear. Reflector 9021. Link active.
evening, folks. It's 10 p.m. and by habit or accident, you found the red eye net. This is AI6PD, and before we begin this directed net, is there any emergency or party traffic? Again, this is AI6PD. That's Alpha India 6 Papa Delta. Mike from Moreno Valley, trying to be the net controller for the red eye net. Also on the Keller Peak repeater, KE6TZG. This is the Red Eye Net, the original electronic social media, a nightly tradition where stations share their daily activities. Come check in and we'll send you a smile ham style. We'll start the check-in tonight with Echolink and IRLP. Digital stations, please check in now as your full call sign. RF stations, please stand by.
The time is 2200 hours. Repeater net.
K6ULC, Mike. Well.
We got KK6ULC, any other Echolink or IRLP stations? Okay, let's go over to the RF side.
KM6UWI, Ed in Calamasa. K6WKI.
Okay, we got UWI and WKI. Any other stations?
KE6TZG, Larry.
KC6NJJ.
We added MAE and NJJ. And Larry, your HT or whatever you were using was breaking up a little bit, so check your radio. Okay, let's start off with KK6ULC. Good evening. KK6ULC, Mike.
K6ULC here. Had a good day today. Been shooting and did pretty good. That's really about it. I'll hang on for round number 2. Some more exciting stuff for round number 2. Thank you, Mike. Back to you.
Thanks, Mike. KM6UWI, over to you, Ed.
All right, good evening, Mike, and the rest of the group. 53 degrees here in Calamasa. I actually had long pants on all day. Woke up this morning, it was like kind of foggy and still damp out. I think the sun came out a little bit in the afternoon for a while, but kind of partly cloudy most of the day. So I was just here in the garage the whole day. I did get some things done that, you know, the things you always procrastinate, stuff to do. I only got some of that stuff done here in the garage, so that was nice. Boy, I wish Rick had checked in. He had a great net tonight on the OAUSA. It was real informative. And the wife went out to dinner with some of her friends from her old job, and so I made a sardine sandwich and texted my daughter. She said, "Dad, that looks like prison food." I don't think she likes sardine sandwiches. Back to you, Mike. KM6UWI.
All right, thanks, Ed. Yeah, sardine sandwich. That sounds pretty extreme, but hey, if that's your thing, right? I guess, you know, one thing about you making sardine sandwiches is you're not making me hungry. So that's a good thing. All right, thanks. Let's go to KK6WKI.
Thanks, Rick. And Ed, I think a sardine sandwich is like the miracle cure for appetite. I had a pretty good day. I had BE testing, down in San Bernardino for the San Bernardino County employees. We tested 15, and all 15 passed, and that's kind of the first time that's ever happened. Testing goes on probably 4 times a year. There's a program for training San Bernardino County employees so they can get their amateur license. So that was very successful. We've had no power here all day, and where I'm still on generator power. And I'm not sure when the power is going to come back on. So right now it really doesn't matter because we don't need much. In fact, I'm thinking about just shutting the generator down since the house is pretty warm. But if it lasts too long, then the house starts to cool down, and then I'll probably want to go start it again, and that's kind of a pain. Back to you, Mike, KK6WKI.
Welcome to the KE6TZG repeater.
All right, thanks, Vic. Well, what the heck? Everybody passed. Did you sure you handed out the test, or did you hand out the answer key? Because that's a heck of an accomplishment. But that's great, though. Congratulations to all of them. All right, let's go to Larry, KE6MAE.
I changed locations a little bit. How do you copy, Mike? KE6MAE.
Yeah, you sound much better now, Larry. Go ahead.
It's amazing. I think I moved the radio a foot from the left side to the right side. KE6MAE. And sardine sandwiches. I think the prisoners would revolt and riot if that's what they were served. Pretty quiet day today. Nothing too exciting. Finally did get out for a little walk late this afternoon when the sun came out. Then went over to a meeting for the San Gregorio Pass Amateur Radio Club this evening. A friend of mine's friend, KE6TZG, came over. Up in his brand new Tesla X. Wow, what a car. But what a price tag, too. Sure glad I'm not making that payment on it. But a nice car. Had a good time at the meeting, enjoyed it. And then came back home, and it was about time to get ready for bed because I don't think I got home till about 9:30. Other than that, it's been pretty quiet. Back to you, KE6MAE.
All right, thanks, Larry. Catch you on round 2. And let's go over to Richard, KC6NJJ. This is AI6PD.
PD Mike, KC6NJJ. Good evening, Mike. Hope you had a pleasant day. Weather was fantastic today. Really comfortable. Yesterday we got some really, really good downpours over here. It was nice. We needed a good soaking like that. But today is rather slow. A little bit of housekeeping, a little bit of cooking, that sort of thing. Just hanging out together. That was really about the extent of it. So, not a lot to report. I'll let it go back to you, KC6NJJ.
All right, thanks, Richard. Yeah, yesterday was not a terribly large amount of rain, but we did get some here. My weather station recorded about 0.6 of an inch, so 0.6 of an inch ain't bad. I know when I woke up, everything was nice and wet. Turned off the sprinklers for a bit because won't need them. But yeah, definitely was nice, and today was beautiful. All right, thanks, Richard. We'll catch you on round 2. All right, we're at the bottom of the list for round 1. We'll take additional check-ins. Any other station want to come in, give me your call sign.
Delta 6, Tango Juliet Bravo Lima, Jerry.
We had JBL Jerry. Anybody else?
KK6, Charlie Tango Tango. Rick.
And we added CTT. All right, let's go to JBL first. Good evening, Jerry.
PD Mike, good evening. Good evening to everybody on the Red Eye, listeners, sandbaggers, those on Skype, Internet, and RF. I enjoyed yesterday. I went out down to Coke's Corner, right through all the rain and miserable looking weather, and had spaghetti dinner. That was probably some of the best spaghetti I've eaten in a long time. So outside of that, not much going on. A busy day, talking with realtors, caregivers, just it went on and on. I stayed in my pajamas most of the day. Between nets and people coming to the front door, it was busy, but I just never felt the urge to really get dressed. I stayed in my pajamas more or less. Okay, that's it for round one. Here, everybody in here, and I'm sorry I'm late. I was busy. What was I busy doing? Looking at a movie over my shoulder. I lost track of time. And then this evening in the Edison SCE.org net, I talked to David, and we were actually rag chewing all the way up till after 10. And I thought, whoops, I better get over to the other one. Thanks, Mike. KD6JBL, back to you.
All right, thanks, Jerry. We'll catch you on round two. Let's go to Rick, CTT. How you doing?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing well. Good to hear you out there. This is KK6 Charlie Tango Tango. Had a good day off today. Actually, it's kind of funny because I wind up going into work anyways because I have to pick up something that I've got set aside for myself every once in a while. So that's kind of it's like Christmas outside of Christmas, or a birthday present to myself all the time. Other than that, things are going well. Good to hear everyone. KK6 Charlie Tango Tango, back to net control.
All right, thanks, Rick. All right, one more time. Anybody else that would like to get added to round one? Go ahead and give me your call sign. This is AI6PD.
KE6HSY.
All right, take a turn, Bruce. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Mike, and Annette. This is KE6HSY, Bruce from Kentucky. And basically, I managed to get a few things I need to get done around here. It was kind of a cooler day all day. The sun finally broke out and warmed up, but it was basically cool all day. I wonder if we're going to have a cold winter this year. All right, well, I was just checking to see. I'll think of something next time around. K6HSY.
All right, thanks, Bruce. Don't go too far because it's a really short net. Okay, this is AI6PD. We'll restart our net. Let's go back up to KK6ULC. Over to you, Mike.
We're short net. You know what? It's still good net. Thanks for doing it. And we don't have anything else to pass on. Just here in the garage. After we went shooting, we went to open with donkeys. And I had lunch. Me and my brother-in-law had lunch. And I got some donkey ears. They're big, gigantic potato chips that they make. Called donkey ears. And some bread and mushrooms. I love bread and mushrooms. That's what I'm munching on right now. Some leftovers. Thank you, Mike. This is K6ULC. Back to net control. I'll be running for the Alphanet party. Everybody's welcome. Great.
All right, 7-3, Mike. Let's go back to Ed, the Sardine Man, KM6UWI.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, my family always talks about the different sandwiches I eat or the combinations of food that I like together. Well, this is what I thought to have tonight. I thought, well, I'm not going to put on any crackers. I'll always make a sardine sandwich, and it was quite good for me. It's just like tuna to me, but now that Rick's out, great net tonight, Rick. That was really informative about the junk that goes on in California here. I think we got more rain coming, maybe tomorrow night into Saturday, so ground will probably be ready for it by then. So that's a good deal. Back to you, Mike. KM6UWI.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I was looking at the today's update from the National Weather Service, and I guess they laid out the potential for rain later tomorrow and into Saturday, but then the pretty strong Santa Ana winds are going to be coming Monday, Tuesday. It's going to warm us up to the mid to high 70s. And then there's some potential for some additional rain coming up after that. But I guess pretty much for the next 6 weeks, the forecast is generally unstable. Mixed, and they're not really sure. The indications are it could be drier or wetter, and they're not really sure. Unstable atmosphere. But I guess we'll see it unfold. All right, thanks, Ed. 7-3. Good to hear you tonight. Let's go back to Vic, KK6WKI. This is AI6PD, and this is the Red Eye Net.
Thanks, Mike. Maybe drier and wetter. And Ed, I tell you, you get me queasy every time you mention sardine sandwich. Yeah, Rick, that was a really good net tonight. You know, a couple things I don't like mentioning on the radio. One, I'm not going to be home, and you know, guns at home. Just nobody needs to know, I guess. And we also had our carpets cleaned. I've mentioned this before. We celebrate Thanksgiving here, so we're trying to get everything ready, the house ready, I should say, for Thanksgiving. So that was good. My wife was concerned because the carpet cleaners, when they came, she thought there'd be power. Well, if the generator will run anything they have, but they have their own stuff. It's a diesel engine machine that does the carpet cleaning. I guess it runs a big vacuum. I'm not sure how it all works, but it's all self-contained. All they need is water, a water supply. What else? I think that's about it. Mike, thanks for doing the net. And 7-3, everyone. KK6WKI. Oh, Rick, real quick question. Let me know when that Glock 19X is approved for California. That's kind of something on my bucket list. KK6WKI.
All right, thanks, Vic. Yeah, what you mentioned, that's all smart. OPSEC, as we call it. Yeah, basically, if the information you give out in the air, if it has no value to anybody, and it's personal information, I think you're right. You shouldn't be giving it out. I've heard some people do before, and for me, that's quote unquote cringe when I hear it. Yeah, the Glock 19X is a great pistol. You may want to check out. Because California's been so technology deprived for so long, you may not know that, but there's a few other versions of that same type of pistol. In fact, they just released one, a brand new one, basically in the last couple weeks, and they got it out there. I think it's the 47 or something like that. But there's, they've made a bunch of leaps and bounds, and hopefully Glock gets on board and gets some of these pistols approved. So yeah, good stuff. All right, thanks, Vic. All right, moving on from WKI, let's go to MAE. Back to you, Larry.
Boy, it's coming around quick. KE6MAE. Yeah, Ed, my wife used to enjoy sardine sandwiches. I don't know why, but she did enjoy sardine sandwiches. They just made me, I'd see them and I'd say, oh, boy, how could someone eat those? But I guess it's an acquired taste. I guess her father started her out on. Other than that, I don't have too much else. It was sort of a quiet day, but sort of a quiet week. Nothing too exciting going on. So I'll just turn it back to you, Mike, and let you finish up the net. KE6MAE.
All right, thanks, Larry. I guess, some people put those on pizzas, sardines and stuff like that. I know my wife will eat them, but she doesn't eat them on sandwiches. She'll just eat. She likes the fish, so all good. All right, thanks, Larry. 7-3. Let's go back to Richard, KC6NJJ.
Mike, not a lot more to report. Looks like Elon Musk is going to try and launch that big Starship of his on Saturday. So hopefully I'll be able to watch it. All of you have a pleasant evening. I'll talk to you later. KC6NJJ.
Thanks, Richard. 7-3. Yeah, Musk has his hands full right now with a bunch of stuff. I don't know, man. What a world. All right, thanks. Let's go to Jerry, KD6JBL.
Okay, very good. CZ, there's one CZ compact I'd like to find a copy of eventually down the road. Of course, in stainless steel, they can be found as well. That's I think that's the ultimate in a semi. Let's see what else. I'm watching a Noir movie over on cable here. And guess who's in it? Lucille Ball. I hadn't seen too many of her movies. She's in this one now. Anyway, very good. I'll say 73 the gang, KD6JBL. Catch up with you tomorrow night.
All right, thanks, Jerry. 7-3. Back to Rick, CTT.
All right, thanks, Mike, and thanks to the group for the kudos. Appreciate it. Yeah, you know, the OA USA, I hope, will continue on. Maybe just a little bit different flavor with some new blood in the bloodline. But we'll have to wait and see how that's going to go. And yeah, it's just amazing to me how many people don't know what they don't know, especially when it comes to their Second Amendment and their ability to flex it here in the state of California. And it's very sad to see the folks that come out fully. You know, a lot of people will wait until something has happened when they finally decide that, hey, it's time for me to be able to, or that I've realized that, you know, police are minutes away when seconds matter, and they ran into something where those seconds mattered and the police were still minutes away. So it's too bad. But on the flip side of that, we try and get the word out and provide the information that help people make the sound decisions. KK6, Charlie Tango Tango, and I will let you know, Vic. Back to net control.
All right, thanks, Rick. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of one of the issues here. People have been so beat down. I mean, because you figure basically since the mid to late 80s, it's been generally bad news until last July when the Bruin decision broke. So a lot of people just tune it out because who wants to hear bad news over and over again? And then of course the general perception is negative anyhow. So when positive stuff happens, folks a lot of times they just don't know. But once they get switched on, get a hold of groups like CRPA and others who constantly update folks in the state on what's going on, legislative updates and so on. You get to hear about all the positive things moving forward. Okay, thanks Rick, 7-3 to you. Let's go on to HSY. Over to you, Bruce.
Yeah, I'm still here. This is KE6HSY again. Yeah, I listened to the net tonight, and it was pretty interesting. And as for all these laws with new good intentions and stuff, isn't the road to hell paved with good intentions? KE6HSY.
All right, thanks, Bruce. 7-3. Okay, we're at the bottom of the list for round number 2. So we'll take one more round for check-ins. For anybody who'd like to get added to the end of the list, go ahead and give me your call sign. This is AI6PD. We'll stand by.
KE6FHV.
KM6MMO.
All right, we got FHV and MMO. Let's go to Alex. How you doing, Alex?
Good evening, Mike. I'm in the sweet spot with my handheld, so I'm making it in. I won't keep it too long. Appreciate it. Got all the pack code, and I missed a net. Kind of a bummer. But I had pack duty here, so things are looking real well. Recovery's going well, Mike. And weather, of course, with everybody else, I feel it in my bones, or my joints, or in the rods and screws. Take your pick. Anyhow, Mike, thanks for being out there. I just want to give you a quick shout. I got to grab go over there and grab the puppy and settle her down too. Everything's good, all copacetic. KE6TZG from the Swarthog Valley. 7-3, buddy. I'm looking forward to hooking up with you down the coax. Back to you, Mike.
All right, thanks, Alex. Sounds good. Keep us posted. We'll catch you later tomorrow, 7-3. Go over to Eric. MMO, how you doing?
Yeah, KM6MMO. Checking in. I thought I heard K6BNE in there as well, so just checking in. Good to get in your log there, Mike. KM6MMO, back to net.
All right, thanks, Eric. I'll call Bonnie. Let's see if K6BNE's there.
K6BNE Bonnie, I'm on it. And just coming in to say hi. Hope everybody has a good night. I didn't realize it was already the second round. My goodness. But I heard some of you guys out there. Good to hear you. And I'm listening to some smooth jazz, and it's going to be a whole night. K6BNE.
All right, thanks, Bonnie. Well, thanks for coming out. Glad Eric told me you're out there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. I didn't hear you check in. All right. Well, I want to say thanks to everybody for checking in tonight. I know it was a short net, but hey, all the good people were there, right? All right. So I hope you all have a good evening. I want to say thanks to the Keller Peak Repeater Association for allowing us to use their system. Visit them at kpra.net to learn more about it. Giving them a membership or a donation. We'll close down the net at 22:27, 7-3, and good night. AI6PD clear.
Thank you, Mike. Short net, but a good net. You did a great job. And I'll leave it at that. You know what I usually say. Before we start the afternoon party, let's see if we have emergency or priority traffic. This is KE6TZG standing by. Emergency traffic, that's good. For traffic. And the afternoon party is a control net designed to help our drivers if they can get from point A to point B, keep them alert, get something to do with listen to music, they can talk to us, and I was told that it helps. That's a good thing. So with that, let's try for our truck drivers. Any drivers out there, not just truck drivers, but our diesel drivers, but any drivers out there, please check in now. Well, I don't hear any drivers. How about, I wonder where Mike is. That is Mike or Mark. Let's driving again. Mark's driving. Let's try it again. Mark. Or Casey for QFC. FedEx Mike. Is that? Let me check in. Intelligent. Let's go to anybody on digital mode. If I OT, Echolink, or All-Star. Anybody on digital, please check in now.
KCNE, Bonnie.
That's Bonnie. But they should match one person there on digital. So let's try one more time. For anybody on IRO, Echolink, or All-Star, please check in now. Guess not. With that, let's go to RF. Anybody on RF? You're going to cut on a string. Please check in now for the Ethernet party. Okay. This is not a special holiday here, but I know there are more people out there. I know people that on RF and digital. So, on RF or digital or string or any way you get into the net, you can. With that, let's go to Bonnie. K6BNE. Hello, Bonnie. How you doing?
K6BNE. Bonnie. Am I the only lonely? Oh boy. Anywho, okay. Well, I'm getting ready to go to sleep, but thought I would check in. So back to you there, Mikey Mike. K6BNE.
Nothing about fun. Do anything special today, or how's the animals? Anything?
This is just a beautiful day today. So nice. Yeah, the dogs, the puppies. One of them barks so loud it hurts. But I have to leave them in their playpen when I leave the house because they've already torn up my couch and everything. So, yeah. Left the tickets for a while, then I put them back away. And I went to go pick up this free gift someone was giving me, this art kit, painting kit, and when I got there, it wasn't there. So then she messaged me and said, oh, I didn't put it out because it was wet outside. So anyway, I'll get it tomorrow, I guess. And it's a little art kit with different types of paints and pencils and charcoal, and it'll be fun to share with people, my grandkids or whatever. Back to you, K6BNE. What did you do today?
Bonnie, I went out with my sister's fiance, Bill, and we went to the range and we did some shooting. I did all the time. We were there for a few hours, and we went to Oatman with Akizar, and had lunch at the restaurant that has all the dollar bills taped up on the wall. Must be $100,000, maybe $50,000 of dollars taped up all over the walls and on the tables, and not tables, but all over the place. Just dollar bills, people find them and leave them there. That's very strange place. That's what I did today. All right, thank you, Bonnie, for being out there. And unless we have anybody else, we're closing that.
KJ6FJ.
KM6MMO.
Before Eric, we had somebody, I'm not sure if it was Chris or not. You broke up a tiny bit, so I missed the call sign. Try that again, please.
Unless I start any, it's going to be Liam over here, Juliet 6, shot India Juliet.
1 second there. I'm going to switch over to Echo and I'll be right back so I can understand you. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Thank you. All right, let's try that again. The system that checked in right before, after Bonnie and before Eric. Please give me a call sign again. Let's try that again, sweetheart.
That is Kilo Juliet 6, Foxtrot India Juliet, and the name over here is Liam. Lima India Alpha Mike.
That's Liam. L-I-A-M, Liam. Liam. KE6TZG.
Good evening, Red Eye Net. It's been many, many years since I've been able to jump on the net, but I finally stayed up late enough, and we're driving home right now from a friend's party night. We're up here in Lake Arrowhead, just coming through Twin Peaks to Lake Arrowhead.
Well, almost got it. The Red Eye Net ended a few minutes ago with Mike, the ASIC Alpha, and you got the Optionet. The Optionet party with KE6TZG. But you're very welcome to be here, everybody. We're trying to help our drivers get free. So it's usually a pretty thing. It's on some, we have 1 or 2 people. But Liam, where are you located at, and what did you say?
Oh, well, I guess I just timed it a little bit off then. Couldn't quite catch the end of that, but I'm up here in Lake Arrowhead, near the golf course up here in the area of Fairway Drive.
It's called Fairway Drive, so it must be. It's Fairway Drive, so it must be near a golf course. Is that correct?
Yep, that is correct. Kind of right between the Twin Peaks and Lake Arrowhead area.
Very cool. I live right next to a golf course, also right next to the Avi Casino in Laughlin. There's a golf course, and right next to the golf course is the Fairway. That's where my place is. It's golf. It has palm trees and grass. I'm like an oasis in the middle of I like it here. All right, thank you, Liam. And we do 2 rounds. It can probably be in about 5 minutes, maybe less. So, not too tiring around. And with that, let's go to KM6MMO. Moo Orange, Eric. Hello, here, Galoot. How you doing, Eric? Take care.
All right, Mike. I'll give it a shot. Deck controller. This is KM6MMO. Unless something changed, and maybe I don't know. But yeah, it's quite a peaceful couple of days. Although not so good on solar systems, so you kind of got a low power. Hence coming in on Excellent. I was keying up with the Motorola, and it was knocking the battery out, so oh well. And then of course let's see, let me reset. So I went to go fire my generator up for an hour or two just to buffer some of the recharge time. It's not good to get the batteries down too low. And the on-off switch, the rocker switch that's on there, on the like 30 amp rocker switch, it broke off, like literally, like just flew apart, and all these different pieces were just going everywhere, springs, and like it's the most ridiculous rocker switch I've ever seen. I've never even seen one. They must have got this thing like on discount or something. But yeah, there was no hope of repairing that in the field, so had to replace the whole rocker assembly. And so yeah, that was kind of a bummer. But had a cheeseburger and salad and aperitif was a White Russian. Why not? Back to you there, Mikey, Mike. KM6MMO M Group.
All right, Eric. I copied that last part. You heard it out there. Is that correct?
Last part. Is a White Russian. It would be like an aperitif, but it was more like dessert because I used coconut milk. It was freaking bomb. Back to you there, Mike. Yeah. Nuts Control. KM6MMO.
All right. Thanks for being out there. I enjoyed you here out there. Haven't seen my a while back. The last time I was up in that, which was nice. All right. With that, that's the bottom of the list. And once again, for anybody anywhere on ILP, Echolink, or RF, or 2 clips on the string, anybody anywhere, so you have a Hamlin, please check in now. All right, not hearing anybody else. Let's go back to the top. Do round 2. KE6TZG. Bonnie, anything else to pass on? Not, make something up.
KE6BNE. Yeah, tomorrow I might go skydiving or something. Just yeah, hike Mount Kilimanjaro, or who knows. I'd really. This has been a crazy few months here. I haven't even gone hiking. So okay then. Yeah. Look, I'm falling fast. But not out of a plane. KE6BNE.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thanks for being there for both rounds. That was a quick one, but that's okay. Now let's go to KE6TZG. Liam, anything that's on? I don't think I've talked to you before. Maybe I did a long time ago. I'm not sure. It sounds familiar. But go ahead and take a turn. Round number 2. Let's try one more time for KE6TZG. You still with us? Or are you again? Go ahead and take another turn. Not hearing Liam. Let's go to the bottom of the barrel. The bottom of the barrel tonight is KM6MMO. Bottom barrel.
Okay, Mike, very good. Let's see. KK6. Unicorns like carnivores. Because, as you well know, that horn is for mauling people, which I assume they would probably rename afterwards. Yeah, this is KM6MMO. And it's good to hear you on the after net mashup party. You do a mighty fine job. And so yeah, just been kind of in a bit of a sort of musical bubble, I think, for a couple days. It's always safe to reach back into the not so distant past, and just amazing music that people just, I don't know, they're not listening to it, or maybe they never heard it. Maybe they heard it and didn't know what it was, but having like Miles Davis or John Coltrane was trying to do there, it was revolutionary. Yeah, it might not have sounded like like 3 chords or something, kind of repetitive, made for radio song, but yeah, it wasn't cookie cutter, but it was fantastic. Yeah, been perusing amongst the horn players. They do a mighty fine job. I don't think I could do that. Yeah, talk maybe, but like blow a horn, I don't know. It seems like I haven't got enough wind for all that. We'll see. Thanks for doing the net there, Mike. Good to catch up. Yeah, we gotta catch up soon. Back to Net Control. This is KM6LMO 730.
Don't kid yourself. If I can do this, anybody can. Even a monkey can do it. All right, Eric. All right. One more time for any missed delay check-ins, and then we'll KE6UOC. The Afternet Party. Anybody, anywhere. IROP, Echo Link, RF, on the string.
EMF.
The bell. No plan, no. Could be Gene. Yes, would be Gene. The call sign. Take a turn.
I think his call sign, man, is K6EMF. Good evening, Mike. Good evening, group. This is Gene K6EMF here in where the hell's Beaumont. I think I got this thing figured out, so it's not so bad, not picking up too much background, so I'll just let it ride and play with it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the bell's louder. Oh, that good crap. But yeah, it's good to hear you out here, Mike. I don't hear Kurtz, man. Me and the guy was out here till almost 6 o'clock this morning, or 7 or some shit. Unreal. Hope everybody had a good day. It's Thursday. One more day till Friday, and the trivia net, and mandatory attendance is, is mandatory. So let's see here. I think I got the second round, so I guess it's 73. So I'll say 73 to all. Have a great night. God bless, and sleep well. And then I'm going to count 3, because, that's what I do. So I'm going to go 1, 2. Obnoxious as hell, just like the bell. K6EMF. Back to you there, KK6USC.
Well, thank you there, Gene. Gene the Dancing Machine. Kilowatt 6. Everybody makes farts. Thank you for being out there, Gene. And with that, I asked for additional check-ins. We got 1. It wasn't it. So, thanks for being out there. If you'd like to join Keller with the Red Eye Net, in the party, all the nets that Keller has to offer, please go to KE6TZG.net. That's Keller Peak Repeater Association, KPRA.net. Contribute for membership, maybe a donation, or go to the virtual store and buy something. Maybe a t-shirt. Oh, nice. All right, and with that, let's turn the repeater back to open use and normal operation. And as you all know, if you're out there on the afternoon party, there's nothing normal about it. Or you either. Good night, everybody. KE6TZG. Signing off.
Hey, can I get a late check-in? KE6TZG.
No.
Come on.
Where's my money?
Go away, paperboy.
All right, go. I'll put you back on the list. KJ6NNE. Chris, take a turn. How you doing?
KJ6NNE. Ed, your sock sounds nice, Gene. I'm doing okay, man. Just thought I'd come and say, I was gonna say a quick fly through. I'm just flying through and saying hi. So that's pretty much what I am. I'm okay. I can't complain. It's, yeah, you know. It's been a long day. But I will probably catch you guys tomorrow night for sure. 73s, everyone. Hi and bye. Just flying through. Thanks for doing the net, Mike. KJ6NNE.
Must be a hotline, thanks.
ETA 20 minutes.
Roger that. All right, not a problem, Chris. Thanks for being out there. Almost turned the thing off, and I would have missed you. That'd be a shame. Good night, Chris. Good night, Gene. Good night, MMO. Liam and Barney. With that, we'll go back to being in control for the afternoon party. Signing off. Good night.
Hey, Mikey, have a good night. God bless. Love you, brother. 73s. All that good stuff. Just kidding. Have a good night, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow then. You know who it's me, ULC, K6G, man, for all the kicks.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thanks for letting me in last second. Reopening the net. KJ6NNE.
Hotline. 13?
Si, senor. Yes, QSY 13.
QSY.
Welcome to the KE6TZG repeater. The time is 2300 hours.
KKC, what is it? I forgot you call it KK6 ULC. ULC! You out there?
Kilo November 6 Echo Whiskey Whiskey. Anybody on this repeater?
Welcome to the KE6TZG repeater. The time is 0000 hours.
Buenas noches.
The time is 100 hours. Repeater operation. The time is 200 hours.
Reflector 9021. Link clear.
Outdoor Adventure USA. That's Thursday evenings at 7:30. The time is 300 hours.
Your transaction has been approved. Conference connected. NOICE KE6TZG5252441 connected to KE6TZG5252440 NOICE Weather alert on.
INET at 10 p.m. The time is 400 hours.